speak into that, your name and your case.
The value to be, we'll hear from the county, and then if there's any rebuttals, we'll get back to you, and so go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Josh McCall. I live at 5222 Northeast Barnes Avenue, and I'm here today to contest the value of the valuation of my property. When I spoke to the county assessor's office initially, the reason I was given for my valuation was based on a comparison with properties within a certain area. And my reason for contesting is that I think that my property is unique due to the surrounding properties and their fairly dilapidated states. And I've submitted photographs to demonstrate that that degree of dilapidation in those properties. And happy to provide some elaboration, but that's why I'm here today. So in the photographs, one of the first photographs is a photograph just of an empty lot with a sign on it. I'll give you a chance to pull that one up. Yes, thank you. So that is the property directly neighboring mine, directly to the south. That is 5220. It is an empty lot. And the county is actually, I believe, foreclosing on it so that they can auction it off for to cover past due property taxes. I think that it's impacting my property value just due to its overgrown state. Also, just as an aside, I think that it's noteworthy to just consider the fact that it isn't worth it to the owner to pay these taxes on this property, and they're just basically letting it go. It could indicate that the owner sees the taxes as too high and not worth paying in order to make use of the property, just as an aside. The other photographs show the property directly across the street from me. Yes, that is across the street. What was that? Have a picture of yours? Of mine? No, but the county does. Yeah. So across the street, you'll see 3 photographs of 5300 Northeast 50th Avenue. The photographs are taken from either side, the east side and the west side. And they show various garbage in the property. In the yard, there are stacks of pallets. There's a piece of exercise equipment in the lawn. There's various refuse and other random items. That property is in a constant state of just general, garbage in the yard and refuse. People living in tents. The city, and I submitted documentation of this, the city is constantly being called to that property. I believe the board has a stack of documents that I submitted earlier showing scores of complaints both from police, the city community or neighborhood preservation department. Last year, the neighborhood preservation department had to come out with dump trucks and clean the land off for them. And that property is in a constant state of just of awful condition. Over the past several years, they've had their utilities shut off, 5,300, and they're almost always running a generator to supply their own electricity, which is very loud. That may have stopped recently. I'm not sure why. Sometimes their generators break down and they get new ones. But as far as I know, they don't have any utilities running to the house. And these conditions, I think, would impact the value of my property and would cause any prospective buyer to look elsewhere if it were priced at the value that the county is assessing it. And happy to answer any questions or elaborate further.
Do you have any questions now? Any questions yet?
When did you buy the home?
I bought it in, it was June of 2013.
So you lived there 12 years?
Correct.
And is this sign that you took a picture of, is that a notice that they're going to sell the property for, on the courthouse steps for taxes?
To cover past due taxes, that's a county sign, yes.
That comes probably at the end of this month, I would guess.
I didn't check the date.
Okay, great.
So that's directly next to mine, 5220.
Got it. Okay, we hear from the county.
Good morning, Anthony Medina, Clay County Assessor Office. The homeowner is correct. We did have informal for this property, and at that time, he did indicate that the maintenance of surrounding properties he thought was devaluing the neighborhood. Just for the record, that this property has been appealed back in 2019, and there was no change. We only had an informal process for that. Right now, the property is currently valued at $179,600. The comps that you have in front of you, comp 1 is a neighboring property, probably about 2 houses up from the subject's property, and it recently sold this year for $189,000. Granted, this property was rehabbed, but this property is a lot older than what the subject property is. Comp 2 is original interior, and it is in the subject property's neighborhood that has sold within the last couple years. Comp 3 is another property that has original interior, but it's in an adjacent neighborhood close to the subject property. Even though the appearance that the taxpayer is indicating, the appearance of the neighborhood has not, in our opinion, detracted from the sales of the area and how the property is selling. Based on our opinion, the comps are similar in quality and are in the same and adjacent neighborhood of the subject property. And just for the record, when we went back over the last several years, 25 sales have occurred within the subject neighborhood within the last 2 years. So properties are selling within that area regardless of the appearance of the area in general.
What subdivision is this in?
I do not know the subdivision.
It's in KC Suburban Acreage. It backs up to the highway over there in I-35 in Brighton.
Is this Graceful?
No.
No.
What subdivision do you live in?
I believe it's called Maple Park,
Maple Park.
I believe.
If you want to see a map, I can show
No,
you.
it's okay. I know Maple Park.
Any questions?
You put a value, I think, of $150,000 on your
Correct.
property? How'd
Correct.
you arrive at that?
That is my estimation. I took the county's valuation and did what I think is a reasonable subtraction based on the awful state of the neighboring properties.
If your house were 2 doors to the south or 2 doors to the east and you didn't look out on this vacant lot, what would you value your property at?
Could you restate the question?
If your house were on a magic carpet and it moved 3 or 4 houses to the south or to the east,
I understand.
what would your house be worth?
In that case, I think it would more closely match the county's valuation, but I think the neighboring
Beg your pardon?
If it were relocated further away,
Yeah.
then I think it would more closely match the county's valuation, but I think the neighboring properties are severely impacting my value. If I could just restate and elaborate further, the 5300 property, I submitted also records from the county, from the fire department. This property regularly has burn pits that they will burn their garbage and refuse in. They will regularly have fires that have gotten out of control before, and the fire department has had to come and put those out. They regularly have had, in the past year, people living on the lawn in tents and in disrepaired campers. There was a recent vehicle theft from one of the multiple vehicles that were left in the yard, and that's directly on the lawn. Again, I would reiterate, I think that any potential buyer would see that behavior and that activity and cause them to want to look elsewhere if there were properties in the same region for the same price.
Well, based on what I'm looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, but houses in that neighborhood are going for around 200, give or take. Is that a fair assessment? We got one that sold for 189, another one 220, another one 205. So I don't know. I think it looks to me that the county has made some kind of an allowance for the vacant lot and the appearance of it.
This is the lot he's referring to. His house is right here. This is the one that sold for $190,000. It's also right across the street from that same property. When they're
Okay.
talking about.
I got it.
All right, do you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think I made my case.
You did, good job too, by the way.
Thank you.
The county will notify the county of our decision, and in turn, they will notify you in the next few days.
Thank you.
Thank you. hear from the county, and if you have a rebut, you'll get that opportunity. And then at some point, the county will let you know what the board's decision was. And we haven't had a little trouble with the microphone, so speak closely. There you go. That's
Testing, testing. Good? Can you hear me?
perfect. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Did you get our evidence packet? It should be 19 pages. Okay, the first page, basically we're looking at this at a sales comparable approach. This is a single-family residence located at 8611 North Donnelly Avenue. This is off of the Shoal Creek Golf Course, just north of 152. This property is 3,865 square feet on just over a half an acre of land, 3-bedroom, 5-bath, built in 2009. We've provided 4 comparable comps. We've listed those below and their sales price and their average sales price per square foot. We also wanted to note there is one property very close to the subject that has not sold yet but is on the market. It's at 8541 North Donnelly, and it's 4,500 square foot, and they're asking right now $1,290,000. We are requesting a value of $1,380,781 for this property. We arrived at that figure using our square footage multiplied by the average square foot sale of $357.25. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What figure did you say you used for square footage? Price per square foot?
Yeah, $357.25.
Okay, we're going to hear from the county.
Anthony Medina, Clay County Assessor Office. Based off of the information from the authorized agent, one thing to mention is about the information that they just presented in regards to the square footage. The square footage of the subject property that they listed is not accurate. They only provided the square footage for the main living area and not the upper area. The upper area is 2,361 square feet. So in totality, the property located at 8611 North Donnelly should have a total living area of 6,226 square feet. That is including both the main and the upper. They clearly knew that they were doing a 1.5 story, considering that that is the comps that they provided, but yet they only reflected the first story square footage. Currently, we have it valued at $1,712,700. This property was appealed twice during informals. In 2011 and 2015, no changes occurred during those timeframes. The comps that you have in front of you, which are clearly labeled as the county comps, those comps are from other high-end affluent neighborhoods. The comps that we selected are similar in quality as the subject property. Comps 1 and 2 are from the subject neighborhood. Comps 3 and 6, again, are from other affluent neighborhoods within Clay County. Comp 1, partially updated subject property with .69 acres, sold for $2 million in 2003. Comp 2, updated subject property with almost a full acre, same as the agent's comp that they provided, sold for $1.3 million in 2024. Comp 3, updated property in Briarcliff neighborhood with .84 acres, sold for $1.5 million in 2023. Comp 4, original interior property is from the Mandalay neighborhood on 1.67 acres. That property sold for $1.6 million in 2024. Comp 5, updated property in the Point in the Briarcliff neighborhood on .54 acres. Property sold for $1.8 million in 2025. Comp 6, updated property, again from the Point, the Briarcliff neighborhood on .41 acres. That property sold for $1.3 million in 2024. Now heading on over to the comps that the authorized agent provided. It should be titled within the packet that you did receive. Comp 1 is the 8531 North Wallace Avenue. They are indicating that that property sold in 2024 for $1.1 million. Note that property was built in 2024, and that square footage of that property is only 3,900 square feet. Comp 2, that is the same subject property that we had on ours. Comp 3 is the 7905 North Shoal Valley, North Shoal Creek Valley, sold for 1.3 in 2024. That property is closer to 5,000 square feet. And Comp 4 sold for $1 million in 2024, and that property had the total square footage of only 2,100 square feet.
Is that it?
Yes, sir, that is it.
You have any questions?
Yeah. Is this property, did you say that this property backs up to the Gulf Coast?
I believe so. I believe it's right on the back of it.
And to the county, none of your comps you found any comps that back up to a Gulf Coast lots? Because most of these, I'm somewhat familiar, I don't think we had any that backs up to a Gulf Coast lot.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have any information surrounding that specific aspect. My apologies.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the only property I could find that was for sale or sold right next to there on the back was that 8541 North Donnelly, and it's listed right now for 1.29 million, but it hasn't sold yet. And I guess to the square footage issue, yeah, we listed all of the square footage, I believe, on the base living area. So like 8531 North Wallace, I was just checking, the total square footage was like over 5,000 square foot, I believe. And the 8515 North Wallace was over 4,000 total square foot. We just looked at the base square footage.
So that total square foot number, though, that you're including is basement finish. If you include the subject property's basement finish, it's over 8,000 square feet. So there's 3 levels to the home: basement, main, and upper. The main and upper together are 6,200 plus the basement finish of 2,000 square feet. So it'd be 8,000. So when you're talking about Wallace, that extra square footage isn't in the upper. It's only 3,200 or whatever on the main and upper, and it's extra in the basement. They're so far off in size that if I were writing this on a certified appraisal report, I couldn't even use them because the amount of distance or amount of percent adjustment would be over USPAP standards.
So am I to understand that at the 6,226 square feet is just ground level up?
Yep, above grade living area.
Yes, sir.
Above grade.
Yes, sir.
That's a big house.
You use $357 a square foot?
For the main level figure, yes.
Did you revise that given what is the conversation about the square footage?
Yeah, and I think that probably the square footage figures should be adjusted to actual above square footage, to include the second level too.
And also, one
yeah.
thing to note during this is that we try to reach out during the informal process, I believe several times, and there was no response, which resulted in us coming to the board today.
Okay. No questions.
Okay. County will get back with you with our board's decision in the next 3 or 4 days.
Sounds good.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So this is property, the address on this is 3838 North Forest Avenue. The owner of list is Divine Mercy LLC. It is a villa property. It's a rental property. We didn't receive any kind of information when they had an informal hearing, so we no changed it. They filed for the board under this, under their tax rep, who was just here. This property, when we went through our records and actually pulled it down for appeal, and I started comping this out with other similar villa properties that are in maintenance-free communities like this one, we do appear to be a tad bit high on this, and I was going to recommend a reduction and see if they agreed to it. So what we had based on the comps, if you notice in the comp grid, you're going to see 4 comps on this one. These are all coming from similar nearby villa communities where they have kind of maintenance-free living similar to this one. Where these are located, there's not much new construction, so these are kind of spread out a little bit for these type of communities, but based on those, our square foots are pretty similar. The amenities and such in each of these neighborhoods are pretty similar, and we felt that the value was a little bit overvalued to begin with. Our recommended value on this would be a appraised value of $331,400 instead of the $374,500, based on the comparables that are available. We can't force you to change it. We were going to offer it to them as a settlement. They never responded. So we don't necessarily have to, but 331,400 is where we fell based on these comparables provided and based on everything that I could find similar to this property.
Change it to 331,400? We're going to change it to 331,400.
That's fine.
The reason would be due to comps provided, right?
What now?
Due reason.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. Now, it went away, of course. Hang on one second. Oh, great. Got the replay. I guess this was the one you had to see. No. I've been taking the last 2 or 3 mornings, only today I was in the car and I should have not been in the car. This house, you're not going to find a comparable house. The only comparable house is across the street from me because we're totally surrounded by this concrete company. This house was purchased by my in-laws in 1960. I came on the scene in 1968. It was a very quiet neighborhood. There wasn't, particularly any industry there. The water department building was across the street. Well, then, at one time, it must have been after 68, it's Northland Ready Mix. They started a U-Cart. It was just like a rent a U-Cart thing with concrete in it for the weekend, and then it expanded more and more. We weren't living in the house at that time. My in-laws were still there. Both of them died in the living room. My mother-in-law died. She was in a hospital bed for 2 years, and by that time the concrete company was going, and I would go over sometimes in the afternoon and ask them if they could kind of tone it down a little bit so she could rest. And then my father-in-law died when he was 96. He fell asleep in a chair there and died, and my husband, we've got a house in Clay Como, which I had the inspectors come. I don't know why. I've just had too many other things happening with trying to keep my medicine with Medicare and a bunch of other things happening. And I did get the inspectors to come out, and they dropped the house in Clay Como from, I think it was 111,000 down to 67,000 because it has issues too. And this house, I mean, it's like a patchwork quilt. You can see it in the photos. There's some new stuff, and there's a lot of old stuff and painted, peeling paint and stuff. But it's across the street from this concrete company. You can't open a window. You can't, because of the dust that comes in all the time. And we're not upset with them. I mean, they're making business, whatever. This has been in the family. When the parents died, my husband and I had the house a mile away, and we were the ones that helped take care of him all the time. And he's the youngest of 7 brothers and sisters. His older brother had the will, and in order for them to get the way I've got the will here, not the will. I've got the deed. I amazed them downstairs because they printed the deed. This is the deed to the house. It's broken a record because when my in-laws wrote their will, they wanted anything they owned, the house, everything was divided between 7 kids. And if any of those children were dead, which several of them were, one having 5 children, the other having 7 children, their part was split. So it took like a year to do all this. And I think we paid $50,000, $45,000 or $50,000 for the house, and that was in 2007, July of 2001. And since then, we hadn't been living there. We were living in a house in Clay Como until COVID hit, and the air conditioning wasn't working, so we'd been staying at the house in Pleasant Valley, and then the heater stopped working, and then the electricity went off in Clay Como and all the pipes froze, so we ended up during COVID and stuff. Now we're in the house in Pleasant Valley, and we can't afford to fix the one in Clay Como. And my husband said, if somebody will pay us $91,000 for this house, we'll move over there and fix it up. But I don't know how you'd get anybody to pay that much money for this house, because it's got the house itself has a few issues. It's not a bad, it can be, you can slap lipstick on a pig, but if it's living in a pigsty, you can't change that. I mean, there's no way to move the house from the location where it's in. And the location where it's in is noise. And originally, like I said, it wasn't noisy like that. In fact, some of the houses with neighbors we knew are gone. The plant's literally sitting on top of it. And it has, the concrete trucks come in and out all day long. They've got the shop is right there, so they're out there not blasting them with water. I forget what you call that, but they were doing that in the middle of the day. Meanwhile, there's a big machine that's moving back and forth with the gravel and stuff, and the plant has a big conveyor belt that goes up, and then there's something else that makes noise. You can't even stand in the front yard and talk a lot of times. And then they start at 4:30 in the morning, and I have a recording here where we're laying in bed, and okay, they want to buy all the land. At one time, I think they offered my husband $50,000 for the house and said you can live there till you die, and he didn't know how that was going to all work, so he hasn't done it. But so it starts at 4:30 in the morning, and we're in 6 days a week. And so now then, they bought, Mr. Howley, he bought the property across the road, expanded that way. There was a filling station there that our property's right behind. He ended up buying that. They've got a big wall there. That's where they store. The big dump trucks come in and dump all the sand and the gravel and something else there behind this wall, which is like 20 feet from our bedroom windows. As soon as we get enough money, we're going to have all the 2 windows taken off of that one side of the house, because that's where all the noise comes from anyway. And I've got pillows stuffed up along the windows. That helps a little bit, but you can actually feel a lot of this stuff when it happens. It actually makes the windows rattle and stuff. Do what? Okay. Okay.
Bobby Reed, Clay County Assessor's staff. I just want to note that this property, we did have an informal hearing. This property was also appealed through an informal process back in 2020, where the condition was lowered, and we put in a 35% adjustment, which brought the value from $67,000 down to $50,000 in 2020. 2025, we did have that informal meeting, and I deemed it as a no change because the 35% adjustment is still in the record since 2020 with all these issues and location, and the condition is below average. The comps that I submitted, let me see here. Comp 1 is a 2-bed, 1-bath, and it is not updated and has no basement, and is next to a workshop and apartment complex. On the map, it is south of the subject property. As you can see, highlighted C1. And then Comp 2 is a 2-bed, 1-bath, and is next to the subject to the west. As you can see, C2 on the map. And Comp 3 is a 3-bed, 1-bath, no basement, is present on that particular property, and that is C3. We feel that the adjustments and everything that we have in there is probably about as low as we could go without making the home unlivable. And I did have a quick question on the picture showing that, is this the back of your house?
Yeah. May of last year, in a windstorm, blew a 100-year-old oak on the house, which knocked the chimney off the house, and it flattened the air conditioner like a tin can, knocked the electricity off the house, And then we found out we didn't have insurance to cover a tree falling on the house. But since Wynn did it, they gave us partial money, enough that it paid for the tree removal, which was considerable because it was a 100-year-old oak. And then they had to replace the whole back side of the roof because it actually came. I was up watching a movie at 3 in the morning and all of a sudden lights went out and the whole house shook and I thought tornado, explosion, tree fell on the house. And I ran in the bedroom because it was raining and my husband's sitting on the bed and there's tree limbs through the ceiling and all the water's coming in, falling on his hearing aids in the charger. So we still got holes in the bedroom ceiling, but they
The
fixed
roof.
the roof.
Okay, so it looks like the home is slowly being improved from the exterior after that.
Well, no, just that part, and then there's a door and 2 windows on the front. But yes, they actually didn't fix the windows, but there was enough money left over, a little bit left over by not, the most expensive thing was replacing the chimney. And somebody asked about fireplaces at one time. There evidently were 2 fireplaces in that house when it was built, but when we got it in the 60s, or my parents got it, they weren't usable, and there was a gas log in one, but they're all blocked up. And I think when they did the chimney, they did something different because it had some sort of special thing, but it was hard finding the masonry to replace that whole chimney. And it's still vented, it vents the furnace or something, but it's not there's not usable fireplace.
We don't have a fireplace on record. And just from the comps itself, they are selling for much higher than the subject house that are around the area. And again, that's why we didn't do a no change, or that's why we did a no change on the informal hearing this year, because we have it as a below average condition and 35% reduction in the overall property for these issues that are still going on. And it looks like as if the property has been somewhat repaired. And it's still in disarray, I'm not gonna lie, but
The previous assessment was at 67,000.
back in 2020.
The previous 2-year assessment was at 84.3 for 2023 and 2024. And so it went from 84.3 up to 91.1. This is one of those cases where we don't have a comparable, and without any kind of estimates for repairs or anything, we don't really have a gauge. It's not that we're fighting whether or not the value is correct as much as we don't have a systematic way to reduce it anymore and have it be justified by any kind of data, if that makes sense. It would just be a number pulled out of the air and hope you agree on it.
And what was the assessment again, 84,001?
It was 84,300
That was,
in 2023 and 2024.
you said your house was valued at 67,000?
The what?
You, on your application, said.
No, I just pulled a number. That's how much they lowered the other house to. And the other house is in a good area and stuff. But right now there's no plumbing or anything in it. But I say there is no house that's comparable to this house, and the area has gotten worse because when all these other things were made, it's only recently that they purchased that filling station and started putting all the gravel there. And the gravel doesn't stay there. First, big dump trucks come in and they dump it, and then they bring the big machine and carry it across the street and put it in the plant. So it just goes back. You're hearing it, plus the dumpster's there, and it gets at least twice a week, sometimes in the middle of the night, a company comes and empties that. And then they bought 3 places. The only people they don't own is right across the street. And that's a rental property to Rhonda, who has another building there that she has rental people, and she has a business, a woodworking business that's actually on the highway on 169. And then I don't know about what this house is to the west. The other thing with this house is there's a creek that comes, it's a creek or a drainage thing that comes down and it splits through there. So all those houses over there don't get a lot of the noise and stuff. Actually, they'll probably get some noise. They get noise from Clay Como's, the firing range it echoes up the creek, but they don't get the concrete noise. And that creek runs through the back part of this property. It used to just be a little thing, but now then they came in and they did all that construction with 169 there, where you got Casey's built into there, you got Quick Trip built into there, you got this huge truck, some kind of terminal something. I don't know if you know where I'm talking about, where Casey's is, where there's semis that come in there all the time. All that pavement and stuff didn't used to be there. So now I've got pictures, at least 3 or 4 times this year, it's gone, that creek comes up 6 feet or so. DNR came in there, is that right? The Department of Natural Resources a few years back, and they took out the pine trees and stuff we had, and they put netting and stuff down there. And then they said, we're going to replace trees. They stuck some willow things, little stick things in there. They've grown sideways, so now we have a blockage in there. I'm trying to get Mr. Cronk, and I started a stream team in Clay Como. I'm hoping I can get the stream team to help get some of we went in there and chainsawed some of the stuff out, or a friend of ours did. But now there's more. The concrete company owns their property. They own the property across the road. Their family owns the Gen, whatever it is, some kind of a event center, and I think they moved their office to what used to be Tom's Garage. So other than Pet's Pet, they own that whole strip, and we're like backed right onto it, with 20 feet from the bedrooms with all this noise all the time. And it doesn't even make any difference, the noise. It's you actually feel it. When they bang, bang, bang like that, when they dump the stuff out.
Yeah, gotcha. Thank you.
But hey, we're not gonna live
No,
very long, and we know they're gonna get it. We already more or less told them they'll be the first person to buy
No.
it, because they're gonna be the one that wants it.
Am I to understand that the tree fell on your house and you've still got holes in the roof?
No, not in the roof. They've repaired the whole roof. Inside of the house, in the ceiling, it's not a big limb, but a limb came in. The limb's not there anymore.
All right.
But
Now, the air conditioner's not working?
no, they replaced the air conditioning. The insurance did pay for that. They had to put 3 units in because the company kept having problems with the units. And my husband finally got a different company to come out and make it run, but it's a brand new air conditioner and it's working.
Is the house, you're not living in the house now?
No, we are living in the
You
house.
are living in the
Yeah,
house.
because the other house, the pipes are all frozen. We are not able to get that all together. We have to get heating, air conditioning, and replace some of the pipes.
But the rock quarry or whatever, they start at 4:30 in the
No,
morning?
it's not a rock quarry, it's a concrete plant.
Concrete?
Yeah,
But
but
they
I mean-
start at 4:30 in the morning?
Yes, they start at 4:30 in the morning, 6 days a week, all through the summer, and sometimes in the winter. A lot of times they'll be 5 in the winter, if it's really bad weather. But
Okay.
they'll run in concrete. I don't know how they run it in the weather they do, but they do.
Well, I saw the exterior photos, but I didn't see any interior photos.
Yeah, I spent 8 hours yesterday. I'm not computer savvy, trying to get the stuff off of my phone and stuff, and then I ended up, I couldn't do it, and I found out that Walgreens, I was trying to do it online with Walgreens, and evidently the one down here is
Okay.
open, and I was there from 10 o'clock till 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was a young lady there that was helping me do it, but it kept running out of paper, and
All
then
right.
we didn't print some of the right photos.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have a response? Oh, okay, very good. The county will get with you in the next few days regarding the decision of the board. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, so now I can go, and you need these other prints, because they,
just thinking about going back to numbers from the previous year.
I'm okay with that.
That's number
She
three.
obviously is missing quiet enjoyment.
Yeah,
And what is that number?
84.3.
I miss some stuff. I thought.
hear from the county, and then we'll give you opportunity to rebut if necessary. So push the little button on, and speak close to the mic if you would, please. We've had some problems with hearing.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Go.
I want to check that the house for both Kim LLC because the house have a lot of damage.
This is 2208 Northeast 74th Street.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Let me want to make sure. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Yes. And I have a picture here. You can see a lot of I need to repair. And I bought that house 275. You can see that. And last year October, and I still need a lot of fixing. And the picture I took for like this morning. So make sure you see what's going on that house, and it's still fixing. And I like to, can you keep the same price? I bought them because I want they look good, you know.
You say you do have pictures?
Yes, I do.
Can we see those pictures?
Yes. I think I didn't have the tag person. He just tagged me, so. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Put it on, go ahead. You will.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I have to get the picture here. Oh, this one for the other house. Yeah.
So you want him to look at all those?
Yeah, I can give to him or on the tag. Okay, I have on the tag in here. Oh, how I do that? Can you just like on the tag? Yes, on the tag. Yeah, okay, here this morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
This one picture I just have in this morning. My son, he and the people working, they just tag for me.
What's the issue?
You can go to, you can see.
She's saying that they're doing a lot of work on the house.
Just this morning, you know, I want to make sure the same day I go to the church. There's a lot of damage on that outside and
Is that up?
in the back and in the wall.
Is this a rental?
No, I bought the house and I want to repair. And,
So it's vacant?
Yeah.
It's vacant?
It's vacant. I bought them on last year October, and it damaged, you know, like that. And I still fixing one by one.
And you're fixing it and then you're going to resell it? Is that the plan?
No, not resell. I like for rent.
For rent?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
And I always buy and I keep them in the rental and keep them a little bit good.
Okay.
Well, it's a big house to be renting.
That is.
It's a lot of work. I want to keep
That's
them,
good.
you know, keep the same right for me.
Okay.
Fix it if you
Okay.
want to do that for me.
Okay, so you want to return?
Yeah, thank you very much.
And do you have anything else to tell us about why you think the value should be 280?
So far, I think I see some neighborhood, you know, like close there. They like I have one house close to them. I just saw them not too long, like 4 bedroom and everything look good. I sold them to the market like 290, and they're almost the same with this one because when I buy this one, I don't think they that much work. But when I see them that much work, so I have to sell the other house for this house repair. And you can look up for like 2121, not 74. They look good. I do everything I want for rent. But I bought that one 265 and I sell them 285, but I repair everything inside. but I need the money to repair this one. You can look that. So I think this one I bought 275. I think it so far I think it's a good drive, and I asked for like the same drive for me repair. But you can look at like I have the house 2121. I sold them in like March 285, and 4 bedroom and 2 garage and everything.
Do you have any estimates on how much the repairs are gonna cost?
So far it's still repair thing, so I think at least 50,000.
Do you have some documentation on that?
I don't, but I just repair one by one. So I have my husband, he work, and my son work in that, and I have 2 more people work. So far labor we don't count, but just buy material.
So your family makes the repairs?
Yes.
Okay.
And you said you bought this house a year ago?
This house I just bought last October. You're talking about like 228, right?
You bought it last October.
Yes.
And what'd you get for it?
275,
$275. Okay.
and it's still repaired until now. And you see the picture, you know, they still a lot of work outside
Okay.
and in.
Okay, we're gonna hear from the county. We're gonna hear from the county.
Stuart Stryker with the Clay County Assessor Staff. And Ms. Again, she did not have an informal hearing with us. And we did not have a permit on file about any renovations or anything. And we could not find any MLS information about the sale last year. So the only information we could go on was the Board of Equalization application, where she stated that she acquired the property last year for $278. But we did have a chance to send a couple of our field appraisers out to check the house last week to see what was going on, and it did look like there was some renovations going on, and we'll probably have to do a return visit. If I can ask Ms. Yin, when do you expect those renovations to be completed?
I hope they might be done early next year.
Early
because
next
it's
year?
Still work, yeah, because it's
Okay.
still working.
Okay. But, so we do feel that there's, we can't really go, because the comparables I gave you were based on the house being in good condition and not being renovated. And upon our inspection last year, it clearly looked like it was undergoing renovations. So I can continue to go over the comparables if you would like, or.
Basically, we think the value is probably a bit high based off of the information that was provided to us just now and what we saw a few days ago. We just never got any estimates. There was, typically when this happens, they pull a permit with the city contacts us, let us know this is going on. We have a record of a transaction taking place because it was purchased off market. There was no sale price for us to find prior to January 1 when we set the values. So if you look at like the roll history of the house, it was valued at 303 back in 2021, and then 329 in 2023, and then 358 for this one, just based off the market trends over there in Maple Park. But we had no idea this home was under renovation until literally 5 days ago.
Any comments?
What percentage of completion do you think you've done as far as the renovations are concerned?
So far, we have to be like cut off the wall and the bathroom and because that's how they have, when we buy them, it very dirty, so we have to touch off on the carpet, from the floor up to second floor, and the picture before. We think like after we clean, they look good, but no, they don't. And after that, they just like too much that damage. So I just asked like, can we keep the same price? Because I have one house not too far from there, and I have to sell them like 285 just in March this year. And the house, they have 4 bedroom and 3 bath, finished basement, and that's all. I sell them very close there. If you can look up to the house 2121, you can see that. So I offer, if you can just keep me like for couple years for the house redone, for rehab and done, and see in the future. Thank you very much.
And just to know, if we would had prior knowledge of the renovations before, we probably would have lowered the value of the house down to 275, 285, around there, where the sale price was.
You got a second one, so give us some time to decide on this one, and then we'll get back to you for the next one.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
09 Northeast 68th Street? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, tell us why it's worth 210.
This house, me and my son, we bought 210, but he going to be live there. And when we bought this house not too long ago, just like a couple years ago, and they need something like work very much the same, but now he live, but it's still like, still need more work in that house. I have some picture, you can see like the bathroom and the wall and the kitchen. He still need to repair some, but he lived there like just like almost a year, but still need something work. And in the back, I don't take picture in the back, but the back is still like the wall and everything outside. Need to do some more work outside. And I have a picture on that house, and I have this in this morning. Touch inside too. 210.
How long ago was that?
Just like a year and a half.
Can I see those pictures?
Yes. I just tell my daughter, take a picture because they live there. And
What is that, the bathroom?
Must
yeah,
be.
the bathroom and the wall. And they don't take a picture in the back of the house, but see just the daughter.
Are they living there now?
Yeah, they live in there.
Okay.
And we bought 210.
Is it a walkout basement?
Yes, walk to the garage, and the basement is like halfway finished, but they have a lot of leak, and kind of like white. So, but they live there, they walk slowly.
Okay.
And they don't have a picture. This one just the picture of the one, my daughter-in-law had, she lived there.
Where's this?
Oh, just the kitchen. They
That's the kitchen?
Yeah, that's the kitchen. A lot of messed up. They took the picture they sent to me because I tell them, if they live there, they have to send picture for me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to hear from the county.
Okay, thank you.
Eric Barker, Clay County Assessor's Office. First off, I had a question for Ms. Nguyen. Did you purchase the house from family or an acquaintance?
No, not the family.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, because we have, well, we'll just get into it and we'll go from there. Our appraised market value on this, on the property at 1709 Northeast 68th Street is $285,900. The owner's opinion of value is $210,000, and they purchased the home according to our records and MLS info in 2020 for $200,000. The owner did not have an informal meeting with us, but according to the BOE appeal paperwork that she filed, it shows that the home was recently purchased and that it was for $210,000. That, assuming, was a off-market transaction, since it's not on MLS.
What's
so
the date on that sale again?
The date on the sale that we had record of was in 2020, and then the date that she put on her BOE paperwork was 2023, yeah.
So 5 years ago. It's what you show
Yeah.
from the recorder's office?
Yeah.
That's not totally accurate. So the house was sold, it looks like, to another Nguyen, last name, in 2020 for $200,000 in as-is condition according to MLS and our recorded price. It transferred July of 2024 to another Nguyen, but we have no recorded price because it was off market. And that's why we asked if it was family to family transfer or something that would be a non-arm's length sale.
Okay. Thank you.
So did you sell this to a relative, a live from a relative?
No, Did guy, he sell the house because he bought another house and coming up, and we just the same last name. So my son last name Tran, my name last name Nguyen, because me and my son put together because my son, you know, he lived with me and he didn't want anything, so that's why I use my name. So very popular Vietnamese last name Nguyen and Tran.
But looking at some of the details of the properties, the subject is a 3-bed, 2-bath home with 960 square foot of basement finish. It is located in North Haven, and to the best of our knowledge, and as she has stated, that there haven't really been any updates to the property to the best of our knowledge. All of the comparable homes are in the same subdivision as the subject. Comp 1 is a 4-bed, 2.5-bath home with a 700 square foot basement finish. The home has not been updated and sold in August of '24 for $300,000. Comp 2 is a 4-bed, 3.5-bath home with 530 square foot basement finish, and the home has partial updates and sold in August of '24 for $327,000. Comp 3 is a 3-bed, 2.5-bath home with 600 square foot basement finish. This home has been mostly updated and sold in June of 2024 for $303,000. So all of the comp homes and the ranges in which they cover from not updated to mostly updated, I feel covers a multitude of ground when looking at the value of the subject home. And given the information that we have, I feel that our value of $285 is supported.
Okay, do you have anything else you want to say, ma'am?
Oh, so you said the house have to be like 235?
I'm sorry, what?
The house, is it the market now 235?
Currently, we have it at $285,900.
I think they a little too high. Like I say, I just saw one house like 2174 Street, 4-bedroom and 3-bath, finished basement. It's 285 update. Because you can see on the update like floor, the bathroom and everything. I will ask like if you can keep the same because I bought 210 and my son and his wife and the baby live in there, so the house still like not too much update on this house. The one, you know, we bought 210, but the house I sell them 2174 terrace. It update everything, and I sell them 285 just this year on Mark. And I bought that one last year, 265, but I update them, I want for rent. But didn't work out for rent because I bought the house 2208, the same like 4-bedroom, but too much work, so we don't have money, so we have to sell the other house for keep that one. So I think the 210, if you can keep them, you know, low because we want to live there. And, you know, they young and they not compared to like the neighborhood anything.
We got you.
But yeah, I
Okay.
see neighborhood, they have somehow coming up just like 260, but they update, you know, very close there, just 1 block behind my son's house. You can see that. But I don't get the address.
Okay, the county will get with you in the next couple of days regarding a decision of the board on both your appeals, and thank you for coming in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just speak in that.
Hi, thanks for coming. We give you an opportunity to tell us why we think the property is worth X. We can listen to the county, and if there's any need to rebut, we'll give you an opportunity, and then the county will notify you of the decision. Oh, also, try to speak as close to the microphone as you can. It's a little quiet.
Okay. Can you hear me okay? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Michelle Spidel. My property is 1113 Camelot Hill. I just was saying it would have been helpful to have this document prior to the meeting, but thank you for sharing. I was never shared. This document was never shared with me. So my home is at 1113 Camelot Hill Street. We had an informal discussion. At that point in time, I was told that the information I was providing was based on the listing prices of homes, because in the state of Missouri, and specifically in Clay County, we don't list on the assessor's website the actual sale price of the homes. So it's very difficult for a homeowner to actually get the sold price. When we do research, we have to look at what the price was listed for. So my assumption was that listing price is typically not what the sale price is, especially in the market that we are in for the last year and a half. So I was using the listing prices. So I contacted a real estate agent to run comps for me. I also contacted 3 appraisal companies that quoted me prices of $1,200. If I had an extra $1,200, I'd just pay the county assessor the $1,200. So looking at the comparables in the specific area that I live, on the very, very first page of the document that I provided is a summary. And if we just look at the 4 homes that are listed first that were sold in 2024, we're looking at comparables at an average price per square foot of under what my house is currently assessed at. We're looking at the 4 houses that were sold in 2024, an average price per square foot of $121.75 per square foot, considering fair market value. My house is currently being assessed at over $150 a square foot. So looking at just those 4 homes, I question the overall, how the county assessor, and like I said, I did not receive this document until just now, but I noticed on this document that one of the houses was actually sold in 2023, and I was told that I needed to look at only current and last year's market, not 2 years ago. So I would question that appraisal as well. I'm not arguing that my house should be appraised lower than what it was appraised at in 2024, which is the $480,600. I'm just questioning the increase to $512,500. My house has not been updated. I bought it almost 10 years ago. Nothing has been updated. I do have a new furnace and air conditioner, 1, but not 2. But the house has not been fully remodeled. And just recently, the house across the street from me, which is on this list at 1129 Camelot Hill Street, was sold for $121 a square foot. And that home has been completely, top to bottom, remodeled. So I'm questioning how my house could be selling for $155 a square foot or more, if a house directly across from me in the same cul-de-sac that's been completely remodeled sold for $121 a square foot. Also, the house on Guinevere, 1105 Guinevere Drive, which is literally around the corner from my house, sold last August for $117 a square foot. So I'm confused at how we're arriving at this price, and this, because fair market value of my house would not be over $500,000. And in the packet, is the comparables my information from the assessor's website, and then the comparable market analysis run by a licensed real estate agent here in the city of Liberty of all the homes that have been sold in my area, in the Camelot area, which is within 1 mile, which is what appraisers look at over the last 1 year. Thank you.
Any questions for her? Okay, we're going to hear from the county. Thank you.
Anthony Medina, Clay County Assessor Office staff. Property located at 1113 Camelot Hill. The property was, as she indicated, previously appraised at $480,600. Currently, we have it appraised at $512,500. The comps that you see in front of you are similar in style, quality, and are in the same neighborhood as the subject property. In regards to the subject property, when looking at the property when it sold in 2016, it did have granite countertops in the interior. Comp 1 was partially updated, interior with granite countertops, again, subject neighborhood. Comp 2, partially updated, interior with granite countertops and subject neighborhood. Comp 3, interior has been updated in the subject neighborhood with granite countertops. And within the last 2 years, there's been 9 sales within the subject neighborhood. When we did have the informal, we asked specifically if there's any indicated issues surrounding the property. At that time, there was no specific issues that was reported by the owner. And briefly looking at the comps that were provided in today's hearing by the owner, those square footages, doing a quick review of them, are including the square footage below grade. When we do the assessments, we look at the square footage above grade. We do not take into account the square footage below grade. So the square footage that we are representing on our comp grid is more accurate. So when you include the square footage below grade, that lowers the square footage for the cost for the property. So we feel that the property value where it currently is accurate.
And to further clarify on the dollar per square, it's why we don't appraise houses off of a dollar per square foot basis of total living area. It's because when you adjust for living area above grade, it's a much higher dollar per square foot cost to build than it is below grade for basement finish. So if you include basement finish in it, you're going to get a lot lower dollar per square foot overall rating, and you're going to find that these homes, if you just took the main level and separated it out appropriately, you're going to get a much different value estimate for those homes, even based off of that square foot. Her home does not have a finished basement, at least in our record. So that's her living area would be total living area, but a lot of your MLS sheets are going to say total living area and include that basement finish. And that's kind of how this was broken down on her sheet here. Is she basically took the sale price divided by the total living area to get a very low dollar per square foot, when in all actuality, construction costs for the same quality of home like she has would be about $150+ a square foot, if that makes sense.
Yeah, a couple. How long have you owned the home? You may have said, and I was reading your material.
Since 2016.
2016. And to follow up with what his point was, is your lower level finished or unfinished?
It's unfinished.
Unfinished, thank you. Yes, sir. I think so.
Okay. We're going to make a decision on your appeal, and the county...
Can I rebut?
I'm sorry?
May I rebut?
You have something else to say? Certainly.
Yes, just in reference to what they're saying. We're looking at, in some ways, we're looking at apples and apples, and in some ways, we're looking at apples and oranges. So the assessor's office is making an argument that there's granite countertops. Oh, that's lovely. But some of the comparables that I'm showing also show hardwood floors throughout the main living area. My home does not have hardwood floors throughout the main living area. which is a value that homeowners look for. The bedroom sizes are not equal, and we're talking about above grade and below grade, but to a homeowner, and when we're looking at fair market value, a full finished basement that's a full walkout, which is the homes that are listed on my comparables, and I didn't take it. My real estate agent took and did this comparable analysis for me, like they would do for anyone who was going to list their home. So although the assessor's office is arguing that full finished basements don't add value, they add value to a homeowner, and they add value to the market analysis, and they add value to an appraisal. Having a finished basement that has a bedroom and a full bathroom in it, or a bathroom of any kind, adds a great value, and it adds value to the home. So I would argue that when we're looking at the comparables from a market analysis standpoint and from a fair market value, that we have to look at the total living area. We're not talking about basements that are below grade that aren't walkouts. We're not talking about daylight windows. We're talking about full accessibility to the outdoors, which is different than having a basement that is below grade, 4 walls underground with a window that is dug out for escape purposes. So yes, my kitchen has granite countertops. That's the only upgrade in the kitchen. There are no other upgrades in the kitchen at all compared to some of the comparables on my list where the kitchens have been completely gutted and remodeled. So I do believe that we don't have a one-to-one comparison. Granted, there are a couple houses on my comparable list that only have 2-car garages, but they've been fully remodeled. My house has a 3-car garage. So yes, so we can go back and forth on pluses and minuses, but when we look at the overall value, I believe that, and I'm not arguing to lower my value below the $480,000 that was assessed in 2024. Although next year I may be back here arguing that based on the current market. I'm just arguing to leave the value where it's at and not increase it at this point in time.
Gotcha. And you wanted to comment on that?
The only comment I had was just that we do value those areas. It's the difference is those homes sold for like $590 and $585, and if we were to add those features to your house to equal it to those sales, we would have it valued at $590 or $585. But because those homes have those additional features, we've subtracted that off. We don't have that attributed to yours, which is why we came in at $510.
Well, and I will say that the house across the street from me that just sold for $590 has been fully remodeled from top to bottom. Fully remodeled, gutted and remodeled. My house has not been remodeled since 1988. So.
Did you bring along any interior pictures?
Excuse me, I'm sorry?
Did you bring along any interior pictures?
Oh, I did not. Of my home? No, I did not.
Any other comments? Okay, thank you very much for coming
Thank you.
in, and we'll make a decision, and Ken, I'll get with you in the next few days. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Stuart Stryker with the Clay County Assessor's Office. This is for the property at 4723 North Mulberry Court. First thing, Mr. Blanding, he did have an informing with me, and that was the first sheet I gave you was my notes. He confirmed all the information with the house there. It's a 1-bedroom, 3.5 bathroom with about two-thirds finished basement. It's a reverse 1/2 story ranch there. And current valuation for we have right now is $643,000. Comparable sale number one was a home that was bought just next door to the subject property. It was bought in July of 2024 for $725,000, and it's another reverse 1/2 story with 1 bed, 4 full bath, 2 half bath, and a fully finished basement. Comparable sale number two was bought in April 2024 for $760,000. It's a more traditional ranch, 2 bed, 3 full bathroom, 2 half bathroom with about 2,000 square feet of finished basement. Comparable sale number three is a traditional ranch that was sold in July of 2023 for $700,000. It's a 2-bedroom, 3 full bathroom, 2.5 bathroom with about 1,875 square feet finished basement. Comparable sale number four is a villa that was bought on the other side of Mulberry Drive that sold for $525,000 in April of 2025. And it's a 1-bedroom, 3 full bathroom, 1 half bathroom villa with 1,000 square feet of finished basement.
Now, when you say 1 bedroom, there's more bedrooms on the lower level?
They're reverse 1.5 stories,
Right.
the subject, and
Choose the biggest one you got.
yeah.
Speak into that. Just state your name and.
The value, and then we'll hear from the county, and if you need to rebut or if there's any questions, we'll come back to you. At the completion, we'll make a decision, and the county will get with you in the next 3 or 4 days regarding that decision. So you're up first.
Okay. Is this close enough? Okay. Sorry, I'm nervous. It does echo. Okay, my name is Kelly Henderson, and I do live at the 3701 Northeast 80th Street residence. So I'm here today because we received the real estate tax increase letter. And our biggest concern is that the percentage that it has gone up is 43%, which is astronomical. I understand that there is a house down the street from me that sold for a good number. Good for them. I'm not looking to sell. I would like to stay in my house. And I cannot express enough how I feel 43% increase to my home when previous years were 8, 9, 11. Last year, we were appraised for 12%, which I understand there's an increase, but this year, 43%. I find that to be unfair. And I understand that you have to value my home as to where the market is, but you can't value my home based off of one house that sold down the street, or there's a house half a mile from my house. I have a giant culvert in my front yard. Not everybody's gonna wanna take care of that. I don't own that culvert, it's just in my yard. I don't own 90% of my yard. I only own 90 feet from my gutter. That culvert is in my yard, it's part of the builder. The builder is not in the States anymore. So I just take care of it because the culvert is in my yard. I also have water damage in my ceiling. The house is only 6 years old. This kind of behavior of increasing real estate property values was tried in Jackson County, and then the judge had to rule that they capped it 15%. I understand the increase of real estate taxes, I get it, but not 43%. That's why I'm here, is that my property value jumped from $336,200 of last year, and this is in public records, it can be easily accessed, to $451,100. That's a $114,000 jump in 1 year. 1 year. What are you gonna do next year to me? It's not that I feel like I'm being pushed out, but I feel like I'm being pushed out. My salary is not going up $114,000. This is my concern, and I don't feel like it's justified by one house that's half a block from me, or half a mile. One house being sold for whatever it got, good for them, not good for me. I wanna stay where I wanna be, and I wanna afford my house. I bought it at $317,000. I get 8, 9, 10, 11% increase. If I wanted to afford a $465,000 house, I would have bought a $465,000 house. I didn't.
Opportunity if necessary. We're gonna hear from the county.
So Stuart Stryker with the Clay County Assessor staff. We did have an informal hearing with Mrs. Henderson, and she brought up issues with the house, some leaking issues, and she did mention the culvert. And we did set up a field inspection, and we had our field appraisers go out there, take a few photos, and that's what this piece of paper is here. They have some photos from some of the leaking issues and the size of the culvert there. And she also did confirm the information during our informal hearing about the house, that it's a 4-bedroom, 3 full bathroom, one half bathroom with a basement finish. It's about 2/3 finished. Our comparable sales We had one house that's about 400 square feet less of living space, maybe 350 square feet less, that sold in May of 2023 for $450,000. Comparable sale number 2, it's a house that sold for $610,000 in December of 2023. That one is a 4-bed, 3 full bath, 1 half bath, unfinished basement. Comparable sale number 3, it sold in April of 2023 for $589,000. It's also a 4-bed, 3 full bath, 1 half bath with unfinished basement. Comparable sale number 4 sold in September of 2023 for $708,847. This one's a 4-bed, 3 full bath, unfinished basement. Then we had a comparable sale number 5. It sold in September of 2023 for $448,000. And this one's just a ranch. It's a 2-bedroom, 3 full bathroom ranch with 900 square feet of finished basement. Comparable sale number 6 is a bi-level that sold for $400,000 in August of 2024. Has a 3-bed, 3 full bathrooms and a half-finished basement. And comparable sale number 7 is another ranch that sold for $557,750 in April of 2023, and it has 2 beds, 3 full bathrooms, and 1,200 square feet of finished basement.
Do you have any comment regarding the percentage of increase?
This property, when it was originally purchased, was basically at a lower quality rating than it should have been all along. And so when we went and redid the neighborhood, hers was one of the few that had to come up to be with like properties. So a lot of the neighbor properties that had the same similar 2 stories were already higher. When we came across this one, it was so much lower assessed than all of the like properties that we had to correct that. I know that people see on the news about the Jackson County thing and they assume that's because of the large increases, but it's not. It's because their notice system didn't give people proper notice to appeal. I live in Jackson County and mine did get tripled up down there, and I kind of understand this process a little bit, but that's what's happening. When we go through these, we go down your street, and every single thing that's sold on it that's like your house sold for $455,000 and above. And that's even the split entries in your neighborhood sold for $400,000. And that's why our market values have had to increase, because the State Tax Commission actually gave us a ruling this year that said we were too low. We had to sign an MOU with them saying we needed to increase our values to get up to market because we were below 90% where they want us to be. That's about all I can say on that.
Okay, well, I just want to give you an opportunity to because I understand where you're coming from. Any questions?
Yeah, to the county. When you guys made your assessment, your analysis, the comps that you found, I'm guessing none of them had this culvert that's in her front yard.
That's correct. That would be almost impossible to find, but I can see it. It's a fairly large.
These pictures are,
So I agree.
if these pictures are accurate, I don't know who took these.
Yeah, you can, even on our map, you can see that.
Yeah.
And there'd be no way for us to,
I mean, did you
adjust for that.
Did you guys factor that in at all?
no, because there's no way for us to adjust for it. There's no comp like it to give us a dollar amount for what that would cost. So we kind of let those go here for those kind of investments.
Does it run out of your yard into this, or does it run into your yard? I'm trying to figure out how this works.
So it runs from the north and it goes south, and I'm assuming that it feeds into Happy Rock Creek. But there is no cap to it, it is wide open. And when that floods, because the pipe is only 4 feet tall, I know this because my child is only 4 feet tall and he can hit it. It floods the street.
Where's
And
your house in relationship to that?
south of it.
Well, we don't really know what's north and south on that picture.
North side is the, am I okay? Okay.
It's big.
It's one of the larger ones.
This road is south of where my house, my house faces directly north. This road is, this road is north of my house. So the driveway
Those
is,
culverts go under a road, not
The-
under a driveway.
Is that your driveway right there?
no,
The top lot.
where I'm standing, that is my driveway right there.
What's that up there?
That's a street.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
And so,
That's 80th Street.
this is your driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're standing there?
Yes.
And so it runs across your property?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
From
so
north to south.
if this is my house right here, the culvert runs like this.
Okay.
It's like, kind of like, I don't know, diagonal to my house, to my
Yeah,
front yard.
I get you.
And then that pipe funnels through my backyard to the street behind me.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any comments?
No, we have,
I got you, okay.
we're fine if you guys want to adjust that. We just don't have the capability to do that. So
Yeah,
it is a large piece of her property, and I agree, it would be a detriment to that property.
That's what I'm going to talk to you about in about 2 seconds.
Okay.
All right,
That's all I
are you
have.
done?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming in. The county will get back with you in the next few days on the
Okay.
decision.
Okay, thank you. Do I hit this?
It's on. Well, just when you start to get it, it's over until next year.
Microphone's not been very good, so try to stay as close to it as you can when you speak, please. Try to stay as close to the mic as you can when you speak.
Sure.
Go.
Mr. Chairman, before we start, can I inquire of yourself and the rest of the commission as a general point of clarification and edification on a policy? Can I make an inquiry of the commission?
Do you know what his question was? No. I don't know what your question is.
Okay. My question is kind of a general question for everyone, and that is, which we've had some discussions the last few weeks, at what point does this valuation take place? I know in a lot of issues, it's what it is the condition on January 1, is the condition in May 1, or condition today?
Somebody want to answer that? Mike?
We go off of January 1st of the odd year. So this assessment cycle is for January 1st, 2025.
I understand. So you're saying the condition of the property on January 1 of this year?
Yes.
Not what it was
Not what it was
last month?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Thank you. Is that, okay. The reason I asked, Mr. Chairman, is we had several discussions on some properties that were in a condition that needed to be substantially rehabbed the first of the year, and they've been substantially rehabbed since then. But the value is being taken on the present condition rather than what it was as of January 1. And this happens to be one of those properties. There's, as you notice, the property, and I'm not going to quarrel too much with the value increasing somewhat. However, if you look at the actual slope, this property is continuously a problem just because it's almost like a funnel. Every time there's a heavy rain, it floods the entire basement, and I've got little pictures of some of the damage if you'd like to take a look at it. If not, we can move on, but that's my argument. And they're showing about a 10% increase, which may be some of the values increased over the neighborhood, but not necessarily on that particular.
So you brought some pictures?
I have a picture of some of them, yes.
This property?
I didn't have, this one I have shared, and that's just some of the damage.
But this is the property we're talking about?
88 Terrace. Yes,
okay.
sir.
What's the date on this photo?
Pardon?
What's the date on this photo?
Oh, about a week ago. I'm sorry, that one was actually taken before it was repaired, so that probably would have been a month and a half ago. Probably in June or July.
Have you seen this? Did you have it informal? No informal?
No, no informal. He did bring this to our attention about a week ago, and he mentioned that he was going to get with his tenant in order to provide those photos, but we have yet to see any evidence that will support any damage.
And you say this picture was taken in January?
Probably about June, I would say.
Oh, June.
Yeah.
What is
This is at your basement, correct?
I'm sorry?
This is at your basement or your front?
Basement of that, 88 Terrace.
Okay, do you have anything else to say, sir?
Not on that house.
Okay, well, we're going to do them one at a time, so. Okay, Kenny?
I'm going to start first before he goes, because back to the point he's talking about, he had a question when he was in my office the other day about the date of value, and his argument is, well, I fixed it after January 1st, so you should value it in poor condition because of what it was on January 1st. I don't really have any proof of what it was on January 1st. When we went by it the last time, it was definitely occupied. What condition it is, I don't know, but our rating in here, we already have this home discounted way down from all the previous appeals. So it isn't being valued as though fixed and repaired. It's being valued under market as though in bad condition. Even though it increased, it's well below anything else that's sold in the actual neighborhood. And then he can go through the comps with me, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So yes, we are talking about address 114 Northeast 88th Terrace. We currently have it valued at $146,500. This property has been appealed several times. 2019, it was an informal appeal. 2022, it was a BOE. In 2023, it was a BOE. To the follow-up of Mr. Mezakaza, we do have a current adjustment on the property of a 15% discount, and that has been on the property since 2017, specifically for deferred maintenance. The comps that you have in front of you are similar in style, quality, and are in the same subject neighborhood. Comp 1, partially updated with a kitchen and bath. Comp 2, the only thing updated in that property is the kitchen countertops. Everything else in that property is original. Comp 3 has updated countertops and flooring. Everything else in that subject property is original. In regards to the sales of that property, in 2023, the lowest sale was $230,000. In 2024, the lowest sale was $235,000. In 2025, we did have a low sale of $165,000 in the neighborhood, but that property was for a property that had a class of 20. The subject property has a class of 30. That particular property is only 720 square feet, and that property was built in 1925. The subject property was built in 1971. Since then, within the last 2 years, 14 properties have sold within that area. The median value of that neighborhood right now is $218,000.
What was your appraised value?
Right now, we have it appraised at $146,500.
Any comments?
Not too many, other than I don't think there's been a 10% increase on that particular property just because of the condition that it continually is. But the neighborhood's a nice neighborhood. I'm not going to quarrel with that. It's a good area.
Okay, we're going to discuss this and we'll go to the next one as soon as we can.
Okay?
Okay, 2625 Northeast Division Road, is that what you, that was your next one?
Do you have something for them?
I do. This is, let me keep one copy for myself. But there's, oh shoot, I got 21, 23, and 24.
one's extra.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 2625 Vivian Road.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, admittedly, you're all familiar with this property. It's the Advanced Auto Parts at Antioch and Antioch and Vivian, I'm sorry. Been there forever. If you look at the numbers, they're very consistent. The gross income is from Advanced Auto Parts is exactly the same all 3 years. And in hindsight, I made a gross error many years ago. We did a 10-year fixed lease. At that point in time, it seemed to be a good lease because the taxes were $25,000 less and the insurance was $15,000 less than it is today. So having that locked, that 40,000 or 45 locked in for 10 years seemed to be pretty good at the time. But since then, as you can see all the numbers, with a huge increase in the taxes and the large increase in the insurance, it becomes very unfavorable. Now, I know the comps that Mike is going to present will show a substantial amount if the property was sold, but this is not sold, and I doubt that the comps would have a lease this unfavorable. So if this property was put on the market, you can see the bottom lines, the NOI for each year. So I don't know whether you, I think that has to be taken into consideration in the value. I thought it was a little high 2 years ago at 929, but it's up about 15% increase this year.
So is this what you provided us?
I have 22, 23, and 24. I'm sorry.
I've got 21.
21, I didn't get you, I picked up the wrong one, but you do have 23 and 24.
Okay, so you're valuing the property off of $4,900 net income? What kind of a cap rate did you use to get there?
Well, when the NOI is this low, it's almost hard to use any realistic cap rate.
Right.
I mean, if you put a 10% cap on it, it's only 49,000, and obviously that's not right. So
how did you arrive at the 929?
that's what you guys put on it last time.
Ah,
That's if you just leave it the same.
you're just saying that don't raise it.
That's what I'm paying taxes on right now.
Gotcha. Okay, any questions for him? Questions? Let's go to the county.
Mike Jacoby, Clay County. This is a two-tenant retail building. Currently, we have it on for $65 a square foot. I looked at lease comps in the area, and for like properties, the average is $11.96 a square foot, and the starting rent is $12.80 a square foot, and those are triple net leases. Sales comps for like properties of this show an average of $70 a square foot. We have this valued as a Class D minus investment grade. We use $9 square foot triple net rent and a 10.75 cap rate to get to the $65 value that we're at now. When you look at this in a whole, if you go to the second page and it shows all the lease comps, 8 of those lease comps have a low asking rate of $10 and a low signing rate of $12 a square foot. We're at $9 a square foot for this building. When you look at the sales, trying to find a building this old, it's harder to find, so we had to go out further. There are buildings in Wyandotte County that are selling for less. I have one, well, actually, I have one in Kansas City, Kansas for $66 a square foot. I have one for $60 a square foot, and I have one for $62 a square foot. But that cap rate, currently it's under contract, and it's selling for $62 a square foot at a 4.64% cap rate. A building built in 1960, retail building.
Is this a CoStar comp you're talking about?
Yes. Number 6. The lowest comp is $52 a square foot, and that's comp 7. And it doesn't look like the subject at all. It's a 2-story retail with office on the top. So, I mean, we're currently at $65 a square foot. I told Mr. Robb there was nothing, based on all the information that we kept seeing in the market, we're already low on this property.
How much longer is the lease?
Pardon?
How much longer do you have with that lease?
Unfortunately, it goes up this year, but Advance just exercised their option, which is only a 10% increase. So I'm presently, the comps he was talking about is $10 and $12 a square foot. I'm stuck at $6 a foot. So for the next 5 years, I'm going to be at $6.60 a square foot. So it's not going to improve for at least another 5 years. And I wouldn't quarrel with his comps if the building wasn't burdened with this lease. But if you tried to sell it with this lease, it'd be very difficult.
And it goes back to on our side, that's a poor management decision on his behalf, and we
You're right.
can't value on poor management decisions. We have to value at what the market brings on properties.
I can't quarrel in hindsight. 10 years ago, that was.
Question? Questions or comments?
You still stuck with that lease?
Okay, give us a few minutes.
Sure.
We also have not seen a copy of the lease. He's never brought that in for us to see. I mean, he brought me in something similar to what he just gave you, except it was on a piece of paper that he just wrote on. So that's the kind of information we get when we ask for 3 years of I&Es and a rent roll. I get that. So
Well, the rent roll only comprised of one tenant, Advance.
I guess it's your prerogative, but why wouldn't you share the lease copy? Why would,
Oh, I don't have any objection to doing that.
apparently they say
He did mention it last week when I was in, or first of this week when I was in. Yeah.
And this is like he's saying, he just came in this week to share stuff with us, and we didn't see him in informals. So, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of this stuff Monday.
This is from the assessor's office.
I'll give you these for each one of them
Oh, okay.
for the next one. 24, 23, 22. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
2631? Okay.
Vivian Road, yes.
Okay, well, this one does provide a rent roll, which I gave Mike the numbers the other day. As you can see, it's pretty consistent from year to year, maybe a 2 or 3% gross increase in income. There again, he's right, this older building, tenants are very stable, expenses are fairly stable with the exception of always the parking lot and the roofs. But it actually showed what they were shooting for was about almost a 20% increase, which depending on your cap rate you use, with the last NOI at 545 or 54,000.
What cap did you use?
I'm sorry?
What cap did you use to get to 421?
Oh, I think we used about 12 based on that older property.
Okay. Anything else to add before we hear the county?
No, I mean, this one's pretty straightforward. You have the real numbers.
Okay.
Mike Jacoby, Clay County. This is a small retail neighborhood shopping center currently on for $87 a square foot. We have this classified as a D+ investment grade. Just like the last one, lease comps show an average of $11.96 per square foot, asking and a starting rate of $12.80 per square foot triple net. The county on this used $11 per square foot with a cap rate of 10.25. Monday he came in, he showed me his rent roll and his expenses. And after reviewing that, I told him, if you look at the second page, we lowered it down to a D investment grade, which puts it at a $10 square foot rate and a 10.5 cap, and that brought it down to 554,400. His properties are unusual in that they're retail buildings and they're gross leases. You just don't see gross leases in retail tenant space. Gross leases are usually an office space with big office space that has a lot of common area maintenance. Industrial has gone away from gross leases. Retail has been away from gross leases for a long time. Most everything that you find to comp this is a triple net lease. So I told him that we could go down a little an investment grade to the $10 rent, but his expenses are almost 50%. And since he's loaded the taxes into his expenses, a cap rate would not be 12, it would be more like about an 8.5 to 9. And at 8.5 to 9, that comes in right around where I offered him the 554,400. So that's where I think this should be based on his rents and just what the building looks like.
So
the new value I suggest is 554,400, but he did not want that value.
you left it at 631 for,
So we're here today.
pardon me?
So we're here today because he wanted to come to you guys to see if he could get a better value.
Question?
Yeah. On your expenses, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
On your expenses, let's just start with repairs. I'm curious to understand how you go about expensing those items. Like in 23, you've got, it appears to be 23,750, but then in parentheses, you've got 15,000. And then in 24, you've got 38,450, but in parentheses, you've got 23,000. How does the math work on that?
On the 23, the 15,000 is when we did repairs and resurfaced the parking lot on the front of the building. The 24, the $23,000, we completely redid the rear parking lot behind the building,
Wait a minute.
completely
Let's stay on
resurfaced it.
23 for just a second. Did you charged an expense, $23,750, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But what's the 15,000 represent?
That's what we spent repairing the parking lot in the front in '23.
Is that part of the 23,750?
Yes, it is.
And then on 2024, you show that you've expensed 38,450?
Yes, of which 23,000 was completely, we redid the rear parking lot.
Okay, so in 2 years' time, you spent over $60,000 on the parking lot, is that what you're saying?
No, we spent 38,000.
Well, you showed that as an
23 and
expense.
15.
Pardon me?
The 23 and 15?
Well, in 2024, you've got 38,450 in expense.
Yes, of which 23,000 was the parking lot. So
What
there
was
would have
the
been
other?
15,000 repairs, and I can tell you what that was. That was roof primarily
Was,
in '24.
but you expensed all of that in 1 year, is that correct?
Yes,
And then in '23, you expensed a total of 23,000, 15,000 of it, I guess, was the parking lot?
was for the front parking lot.
What was the difference between those two?
That's an older building, if you're familiar with that area. One side of it is the marijuana dispensary and one side of the other three shops are, we redid part of the roof on the other half of the building on the marijuana side. That was shortly after they moved in on the dispensary side.
So you did some rehab on the interior? Is that
No,
what-
this is roof.
The roof.
Yes.
So you spent money on the roof 2 years going?
Yes, we did one part of the building 1 year and the other part the next year.
And then on the previous one that we looked at on Advanced Motors, you showed an expense of snow removal of $6,300.
That is snow removal and mowing.
Yet on this particular unit, you don't show any expense for that. So you
Actually,
don't, how does that work?
Actually, I think that they share a parking lot that probably was not divided the way it should have been between those two buildings, since it's one constant parking lot across the front of the two buildings.
Okay. Well, is the insurance, is it spread apart between the two, or is that separated?
No, those are separate,
How about the water?
totally separate.
Is there any other shared expenses?
No.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
So, how do you justify 12.9 cap rate to determine value?
Just because of the condition and the age of the building.
The condition and the age? Okay.
It's probably that building was there when I was a little kid, so you know it's old.
Join the club. Any comments? Any other comments? Okay, give us a few minutes.
said unless it's settled, no.
We settled them.
We did?
Yeah.
They may have been mailed out then. We may have mailed them out.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you have anything for this one you wanted them to see?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you have anything for this one?
Which one is this? Yes, I do.
Yes, okay.
That would be these.
Okay. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this is one of the two that prompted my question at the very beginning as a condition as of January 1, or what it is today. This is a duplex, and the picture that I showed you is just of one side. January 1, neither side was totally habitable. As of today, the one side, which would be 102, as you're looking at the pictures, the one on the right, that one is repaired and rented. The one on the left is a picture of the ones taken about 10 days ago of the other side of the duplex, in which we're just now starting to rehab that side. It was obviously the way it was torn up wasn't close to being habitable. Pardon?
How long had it been vacant?
The left side has probably been vacant a couple years, the side you're looking at.
And the right side?
Probably about a year.
About a year.
We don't have an application on this. So what you're saying is these pictures are of each side?
No, those are both just the one side that's unrepaired.
All these pictures are the one side, is the other side occupied?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
When was it first, when was it, when did the tenant move in?
I would guess April. It took us a little while to get it upgraded.
Okay.
That's why I was asking about the assessment date.
I get it. Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to hear from the county?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, let's hear what the county has to say.
Joe Mezzacaza with the County Assessor's Office. As he stated, it is a duplex property. We had a discussion the other day when he told us that the right side of this is actually habited. This property, we actually have both sides marked as unlivable and rated in 10 condition. And then we have another 20% physical adjustment on top of that to keep it down to 108,000. It did roll up a little bit. It was set the last time, it looks like at BOE at 94,000 in 2023. But we, I explained to him that even stuff that's not completely livable or habitable will still increase in value when a market is increasing like it is. So it did roll up a little bit. But in our rating system, we have this as a 10 on both sides. So effectively, we thought no one lived in either side. And that's the value we put on it at 108. And so the comparables that I put on here, you're going to notice are all 3 duplexes. The first one, only one side of this was habitable when they bought it. And by the time we got out to do the pictures, they were actually gutting and rehabbing both sides of this duplex. And they still paid a $250,000 for the unit with only one side. The other 2, you're going to see one sold all the way back in January of 23, and it's very similar to the third one. But the one in January of 23 was in bone average condition. There was nothing updated in that thing at all. It was livable. So it was kind of used to show what the average market and the rehab market of these duplex units is going for in today's value, and how most of these are more per unit than what we have for the whole building on the current subject property.
This is one parcel.
Yes.
Any questions?
No questions.
Have any questions?
On comp 2, you said that one, were both sides habitable?
On number 2, yes, they were both, according to the MLS sheet, they were both habitable, rentable units. They were just, when you look through the photos, they look like they haven't been touched since 1975. I mean, they were pretty
So they were
plain
just
Jane.
dated?
Yes,
So
very
on
dated.
comp 3, now,
That one was updated. So that one had some, nobody's going to go in and put in granite and everything in these duplexes. They're like vinyl plank flooring.
Okay.
A nicer countertop. The bathrooms look like they had either been covered over or reglazed, stuff like that, but it was updated.
so top of the line for property like this is 3 1/4 then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to comment on this?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to him. No, obviously interior, exterior, these other ones do show obviously usable garages, which on mine they're not actually, because of the condition of the furnace, as you can see in the picture there, and the remainder of the downstairs. But it's changing.
Okay. All right, thank you. Give us a few minutes.
Sure, I'll take it. Oh.
See what she said. Did you get that one in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that then. This.
The reason I was asking is it said if you don't have them back by the day, it reverts
Okay,
back, but I've
yeah.
got about 4 or 5 more we settled.
I was just because we were just talking about it. Nothing there. Clearly, more. Must be the end of the day. Yeah, almost getting there.
Yes. The reason I was here on this one is that obviously you get the credit for the dirt being agriculture, but then you kind of give it on one hand and take it away on the other by saying the structure alone has increased like 15%, and I think that's probably not correct over the last 2 years. I mean, I'm not going to argue condition on this one at all. It's my personal house, so it's just the amount of the increase that I'm not sure can be supported by comparable sales over the last 2 years, from what it was to where it is, where they have it today. From 619 to 693 is about 14, 15% just on the structure.
Questions? Okay.
Yeah, this property, it's a very large home on almost 20 acres. It's 18 acres. There is actually an adjacent vacant land parcel, I think, that goes with it, but they're separate parcels, so we're not including it in this valuation. It's just the 18 acres in the house. The house is 4,500 square feet, built in 2003. The 4 sales that I put on here, the closest one I could find on similar acreage in size was over 1,000 square feet smaller home, and that was comp number 2 that sold for $1.1 million. Comp number 3 is actually on the same road as his on 10 acres. That house is half the size, built 40 years before it, and still sold for $682,000. Comp number 1 is going to be out around the same area. All of these are around Kearney Holt, if you're not familiar where Cameron Road is. So comp number 1, it's on 10 acres as well, very close by also for $819,000. That one was 2,700 square feet. All of these have at least 1 or 2 outbuildings on the properties. And then again, comp number 4 is going to be another one on similar acreage. And that was really the only reason I went ahead and added number 4 is that home was built in 1984. Again, it's half the size of the subject property, but it is on 20 acres and sold for $725,000. Our value on the subject property currently, I think, is at 690. What was it? 693.
Mm-hmm. Not a lot. I think Joe's comments are pretty accurate. However, it's just a amount of increase on the structure. I don't see that over the last, you all understand, like with what interest rates have done to market value, and I don't think there's been that much of an increase in the last 2 years on structures.
I think that the sales provided would tell you that people are still buying those homes, even with the interest rates up on their properties. As far as the increase goes, it's just based on what these homes sell for in a given period of assessment over the previous period of assessment.
Nothing else, Your Honor?
Okay, give us a minute.
I don't need to sign those we agreed on.
I don't have any other ones. Well, they might have already been mailed.
Divorce action. I just don't want to do it before he who owned it was, remember, Carpets by Mark, out on 291.
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, Carpets by Mark, that was his house. And the wife was 8. And she would try to get the price on him. I would just.
This is a property I've had for a long time. It's one of those, unfortunately, once in a while you let the tenant take care of the maintenance on it, which I did on this one because he'd been there for over 20 years. But they don't tell you this was a roof leak until the ceiling falls in the family room, which I have video of, but I don't have a picture. These are just 2 or 3 pictures of the one place in the basement and some of the outside current condition.
This is single family?
I'm sorry?
Single family?
Yes, sir.
This occupied now?
Yes, it is. It's been cleaned up now.
I'm sorry?
It has been cleaned up now, what you see there.
What's the rents per month?
I'm sorry?
Where do you get for rents per month?
That one's 1,200.
1,200?
All right, let's hear from the county, please.
This one we do have listed in fair condition, meaning it is livable. However, we did lower it down before with extra percentage adjustments. So there's another actually 25% total adjustments in there, 15 for physical and another 10 for functional. Obsolescence to reduce the value further because of the condition that it has always sort of been in the past. We didn't even really know that this thing was occupied again until he mentioned it last week. We put some comparables on here to show what the market conditions are in the neighborhood because we don't have anything as low as we have this valued because it's essentially at a liquidation value. Everything that we can find in MLS supports, upwards of $230,000 to $270,000, depending on what the update level of the house is. The 2 immediate properties to the south of it, right next door, both sold for $275,000. We're sitting roughly, I think, at 122 at this point, and I don't have any way to lower that any further other than marking it as unlivable again.
So 122, 100 is what you got it valued at?
Yes.
He is right. The houses on either side have been a fix and flip, so they've been totally rehabbed when they were sold.
Any comments? Any questions or comments? All right, give us a minute.
What do you have?
4704
We agreed on that one.
You did agree on that one?
Yes, at 110.
Okay, so 1301 Northwest 67.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, this is one that prompted my original question as of the date of assessment to start with.
Now, have they seen this? No, I mean, we want to look at it, but we want to pass it on.
No, we haven't seen any photos.
It has been completely, it was in bad shape. It's been completely redone and occupied now. In May and June, we redid that house.
You want to, so is this a vacant property?
Not now.
And what was the date of these photos?
Oh, those were probably January or February before we started to rehab it.
And this is the first time you've seen these?
Yeah. We talked about this property in my office the other day. I don't remember looking at the pictures or anything, but his basic question was, well, if it was this condition on January 1, it should stay in that condition. He did the presentation on it, but we have this thing valued like it's unlivable already at 140. I mean, most of the sales in there are over $230,000 a unit, and we're already at $100,000+ under that, which should account for any deficiencies or whatever was there on January 1. Essentially, because he's now told us it's updated and raised, it's probably going to get an increased notice for 2026 as it's new construction.
Okay.
So we didn't really give you a chance to say anything after we got the pictures. Do you want to, anything else you want to say?
No, other than that's the way it was, and he's right, I have updated it, so you lived with the sword, you died with the sword.
Okay.
No other comments?
I don't have any.
All right, so that's the last one.
That's all.
We'll do this, get it to the county will get with you in the next 4 or 5 days, are we thinking?
Thank you.
Thank you.